And we should be live. Going live a little bit early, just 10 minutes, so it's fine. That being said, thanks for stopping by, guys, and welcome back to StormWorks. Today we're going to be doing a little more testing on cannons, weapons, and trying to actually fit everything into a tank. My current goal and plan is to hopefully have a tank with 2 different weapons. In my mind right now, they're probably going to be a battle cannon and a heavy autocannon. However, I still want to give some time to test different weapons, see if they've been altered. And this will also be something that will be considered when we talk about making rules as well. Now, this platform is an old platform I've had for a while, used it for a lot of testing. Basically allows us to look at the layers and how deep something penetrates. Because this light autocannon with just HE is already doing 3 layers of pen. And that's just how HE works. HE is just honestly broken. I'm going to try some of the other ammo types and see what sorts of damage we get. Fragmentation is the one that I'm also curious about, because HE did 3 layers. How much does... just all the little fragments coming off. Makes a lot of noise. And it does 2... but almost only in the specific point that it hits. Oh, it does have some splash. Hello, everyone. Now, the one that's curious to me is armor penetration. I think light autocannon does 2? You were muted last stream. I don't know how or why. Armor penetration seems to do the best damage with light autocannon. And it's doing 3. So it's doing more surface damage than fragmentation. A little less post-pen, but it pens deeper. Which is interesting. And then I'm not even gonna... Incendiary rounds are gonna be banned as well, because they just... Setting fires is so broken. Because you could just set a fire on someone's armor. We literally started like 5 minutes ago. So you're not very late at all, Vector. I want to try fragmentation one more time. I want to see something. Ooh. That is interesting. It seems to explode inside the block that it hits. Because it's actually penetrating through it. So, honestly, the armor penetration penetrates 3 layers, but it only does in a single line. But fragmentation actually pens one layer, or I guess 2 layers if you count. So armor penetration does damage on the 3rd layer. Fragmentation does damage on the 2nd layer, but it's spread out damage. So part of me is like, considering that, yeah, its initial impact is smaller. Because this only has like the 1 block. I don't know what this is. This is an anomaly. But with armor penetration, and let's bring these out. Oh, this way. Yeah, it pens through. And this is a bigger circle. But it only does damage in a single line and only 3 blocks deep. The more I'm looking at this, the more I enjoy fragmentation. Okay, let me double check how this is locked up. Blinking signal, that makes sense. And let's do heavy autocannon next. This is what I intend to use as kind of my tank's main armament. I want to have a battle cannon, but the battle cannon basically being there for heavy armor targets and just raw destruction. So the heavy autocannon will do the majority of the lifting. Alright, let's try high explosive. High explosive is likely going to be banned, but... Oh, I forgot to hook it up. Darn it. Yeah, that is just absolutely... Yeah, heavy autocannon does 6 layers of penetration. Wait, is that 6 or is that 7? I think that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it does 7 layers of penetration, which is more than, I'm pretty sure, the battle cannon's armor-piercing rounds. So this is why HE is banned. Because this would one-shot a tank. And this isn't even the big guns yet. 7 layers of penetration. And yes, spaced armor would mitigate a good chunk of this, admittedly. But still... Yeah. Because it did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7 layers. You'd have to have 7 layers just to protect HE. Yeah, this is why HE is banned, because it's just an instant 7 radius damage on the heavy autocannon, which isn't even the big gun. Fragmentation. So this is the stand-in for more realistic high explosives. And this does, what, 3? Which is 1 more than the light autocannon. Yeah. 1 more than the light autocannon. But what I want to see now is also what its spaced armor protection looks like. If it still pens all 3. Ooh, fragment. Yeah, spaced armor really, really deters fragmentation. The second layer is barely scratched here. For what reason? Are you asking why HE is going to be banned? HE is going to be banned because battle cannons do 6 layers of penetration. Battle cannon armor penetration is 6 layers. A heavy autocannon HE, so a smaller cannon but a different shell, is 7 layers. A smaller caliber HE shell does more damage than a larger caliber's armor penetration shell. Yes, they can just delete a small vehicle. Oh, Bertha's question. Sorry. Are you going to experiment with Big Bertha or nah? I don't think Big Bertha is realistic in any situation, and if I recall correctly, it only has HE and fragmentation. And I don't think its fragmentation is actually any better than the artillery's fragmentation. If I recall from my old testing, Bertha's frag is the same as the artillery's frag. Let's see if I put a few more rounds if this will... Okay, so yes, this is spaced armor fragmentation only does 2 layers, which makes sense. Which is probably why some of my old tanks did absolute awful in combat, because I was using fragmentation for this all the time, because it was like fragmentation has a great balance, but as soon as you throw spaced armor against fragmentation, it just falls apart. Because if I bring these back together, and then I'm out of ammo. So it seems to have an initial explosion radius, which is 3, because it pens 3 here, but the fragmentation is only an extra 1. Yes, but that's also how I'm building armor anyways. The majority of armor that I'm working with is on the subgrid. Well, not specifically the subgrid system, but it is using a... So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do the test with this. And actually, I should probably grab paper and notes. And then we can do the composite armor system that I've used. So, LAC, fragmentation, penetration. So really the only two that we're looking at is, because here's the thing. Kinetic is useless. It's just worse armor penetration. High explosives is banned because it's just, it's really overpowered. Fragmentation, armor piercing. Really, these are the only two that are reasonable. Incendiary is just overpowered. A single bullet could kill an entire tank with incendiary ammo. Like, and if you just use a light autocannon with incendiary, you just set a tank on fire and there's not much the enemy can do because they're going to run out of fire extinguisher. So to light autocannon, fragmentation, Fragmentation spaced, and then penetration, penetration spaced. Light autocannon fragmentation was 2, and then its space was also 2, and it was 3. Was it? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that test again. I'm already forgetting what it was. Ooh. So this test is more of I'm wanting to go through this as quickly as I can and actually have both a plan for armor, but also a plan for weaponry. I would like to get a tank this stream, but it just depends on how things go. Like, I have an idea for what I want to do on a tank. Okay. We're ignoring high explosives, because we already know it's absolutely atrociously broken. I actually am thinking about doing both an auto and battle cannon. That was fragmentation, correct? Yeah. 2 better post pen. And then light autocannon I don't think is good enough for most situations because with armor penetration rounds it's only 2 layers thick. And with fragmentation it is only 2 layers thick. The only thing it'd really be good for is disabling cameras and such, which even at that job, it wouldn't do a very good job at, solely because of how little, like, splash area it has. So 3, and then 3, and then better surface. Yeah, it has a good fire rate for its size, and it has quite a bit of ammo in it, like 100 rounds. My concern is, like, how much actual damage is it going to do to a tank that isn't, like, surface level or cosmetic? To some extent, yes, if you find an unarmored area of a tank, it could do something. But I don't want to find myself in a position where all I have is light autocannon and it can't kill a tank. I don't think it's going to be able to kill a tank. I have, like, zero intent to try the rotary cannon. It's just really big. Alright, heavy autocannon. Fragmentation. But check the new spread. It's a laser? Is it really? Oh, I forgot to hook this up. Here, let me save this. Oh, let me hook it up first before I forget that too. Hook this up. Save it. No, not load it. Save it. Armor test rig. And then I will go to one of the tanks that has a Because the heavy autocannon, I've done tanks with those before. I don't think that's going to be my main round. Let me go to... The last tank to have it was... really old tank. Yeah, this. I'm going to put a longer barrel on this. Just so we can say, oh, we actually like tested it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That seems to be the most realistic for what we're doing. I'm going to put a muzzle brake just because. Oh, the rotary is a laser? Why is what so big? The gun? Or the MG? Alright, let's... I almost want to look at the rotary. It's just such a big gun, though. I'm going to test the heavy autocannon, then we'll test the rotary and see if it actually, like, is a middle ground or if it has much use. So this is frag. And that did 3 layers. And I'm going to do the spaced armor. Two layers. But it only does 1 damage on that post pen, though. It is doing a bunch of little... usually it does. I would say it does some out here, but... The post pen's pretty bad. It does something. The fact that it works almost like an HE on impact, I think is going to be good for disabling any sort of like cannons or cameras and stuff. Let's try armor piercing. This should have a pen of 4 if I remember correctly. Did we select? Okay. Okay, that was really good surface damage. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and it's just better than fragmentation, I think. Because look at that secondary impact. Like, the primary impact is significantly bigger. And then it's secondary, third, and then... I think they nerfed fragmentation. Did they nerf fragmentation? Alright, let's do the spaced test. Yeah, it looks identical. Because once upon a time, fragmentation was actually a really good round. Okay, let's try... Well, here's the thing. The rotary cannon's going to be comical. Because I'm going to have to actually set up a system to fire the rotary cannon real quick. Rotary... switch. Auto cannon. Because I'm not gonna do it in a burst. I'm just gonna do a single shot because that's just how this is testing. And then toggle button. Would be that. And if I did this correct, kinetic high explosive fragmentation armor piercing. If I did this correctly. Hey, single shot. Yeah, that only did one. Kinetic is always one layer thick. It's literally the worst round. Like, everything is better than kinetic. Oh, this is off center, I just realized too. It doesn't matter. That did 2? Okay, I want to test the flat. Kinetic is APDS? Are you sure? Okay, it did some okay. It did actually do 2 though, so I need to change that in my notes. I only saw 1 on the original. Huh? I wasn't affirming. Because kinetic, if I recall correctly, is just always one layer. Yeah. Alright, armor piercing. Did 4 layers. But the the heavy anti-tank, or the heavy autocannon is better. Oh yeah, kinetic is armor piercing, discarding Sabo. Yeah. And then we just need to do this with the spaced. Same thing. 4. Now, just for the fun of it, I'm going to hook this directly to the button. I just can't get behind it. Like, yeah, it's kind of cool and it's kind of scary, but the heavy autocannon is doing more damage overall, in my opinion. From what I can do in testing, it seems to be that, and the size and just how quickly this tears through ammo. Okay. Battle cannon. So real quick, throw this up here. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. And then I'm going to need a button. I want to try something for this loader. So, this is going to fire it. This is going to say if it's not loaded, run a loader. I'm just going to do a curve real quick. And I'm just going to have 3 rounds because I don't need more than that right now. So, if this is not, then run this. And then delay. Can I fire and do this at the same time? This is a question. I'm testing different weapons to see what I'm actually going to load into the tank. And this is also giving me a chance to test out a new loader design that I want to try and put in here. What was not working, and why did that not feed? Capacitor? Is the belt drive the wrong way? No, it's correct. Why did that not load? Is my cannon upside down? No. How short can this be before it just breaks? One is too short. Let's do 1.1. Nope. 1.2. There we go. Okay, that was fragmentation. That was bundled together. It did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of pen. And it did a really nice damage spread all the way through that. But I'm assuming That is just an HE style spread. So as soon as I actually open this up, do 1, 2. Okay. And then we're going to swap this out for armor piercing, armor piercing, piercing. This is the loader design I wanted to go for because it's really simple and there's no like logic or anything. There's very little room for this to break, unlike some of my other autoloaders. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. Did do 6 layers of pen, but very little past layer 4. Okay. And then spaced armor should be the same, because that's just how armor penetration works in this game. Yeah. So, real quick, I want to save this one. No, I don't want to load, I want to save. Battle cannon. And I want to selection grid load the original test rig, which should have the auto cannon on it still. Yes, it does. Oh, I forgot to place it. Sloped armor does nothing. Sloped armor is just a different entity. And you have fragmentation. Yeah, the fragmentation on the heavy autocannon is just useless right now. Or piercing. I'm just gonna load you so you shut up. One, two, three, 4. Two, 3. So the battle cannon. Okay, yeah, that on the 3rd layer, yeah. Okay. I was gonna say. So the battle cannon does most of its damage on layer 3. Layer 4, it really falls off. On this one, though, it's layer 4, where it does like the last of its good damage. And then layer 5 and 6 has very little damage. Still some. So I really want to do non-explosive ammo storage. So there is an argument for just doing battle cannon. Especially if I'm actually gonna start a timer. I want to see how long this reload is. Stopwatch. Alright. Ready and go. Like 2.93 seconds. I'm still tempted to do something with the battle or with the autocannon, but the battle cannon is just, I think, the best. And having, while a nice thing to have just firepower, the fact that this is actually explosive, I want to see something. I want to see how explosive it is. And I'm going to do that by doing autocannon. Let's see how much damage rifle this actually does. Let's do rifle. Let's just put one on the side here. And then autocannon. Time fuse shells. All right. Oh, it's got nothing in it. It's not going to go off, is it? Yeah. I didn't actually put an ammo type in here. Let's do armor piercing, because that's likely what's going to be in here. Okay, it cooks off. And it does a fragmentation effect, it looks like. Okay. Is it different for the larger autocannon canisters? Let's grab the biggest one they have. It would help if I put something in it. Cooks off for longer, it seems. Yes, it does do a bigger explosion. Okay. Okay. Now, there was something else we wanted to try. we did also want to try the subgrid system. So let's make ourselves 2, 3, 6. See if the armor changes if I do this sort of system. If I'm correct, this should now be not what I intended it to be. Cool. I think I made the whole subgrid too large. Let's do this instead. Oop. Let's place those. That's what, 1, 2, 3. Yes, I know. It's working correctly. So rather than do that all over again, I'm just going to go grab click, clear, there to there. Copy, paste, merge. And that should be 6 layers of funny composite armor. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It did damage the 7th, which is surprising to me. Is that armor piercing? Yeah, those armor piercing. Oh, it's because it is on a thing, so it did do damage to 7th. Okay, I see. Yeah, because it's not subgrid. That's why. So here's the test I need to try. Paste, merge. Does this get rid of that extra damage? Yes. Okay. So it only does 7 layers deep. When it is on the same subgrid. That's a lot of armor. That's a lot of armor to require. But we might be able to get away with 6 solely for the fact that the turret and stuff are going to be on different subgrids. Like the actual cannon and stuff. And I have some tricks to that as well. One of those tricks involves bearing a rotor. I grab... Is it not a rotor? What is it? Pivot? Pivot? No, it's pivot. Velocity pivot. Alternating subgrids do have some inconsistencies with damage. Essentially, you want the first subgrid that you're round to hit to be separate from the subgrid you're trying to be protecting, if you can do that. So something I could probably do is, instead of having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 8th layer be protected, what I could probably do is we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Suddenly, that's even more effective. Just because the outer layer is not on the same subgrid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you can see there's a little bit of damage there on 6. Now, what I'm actually curious about right now, as a result of that test, if I'm going to clear this, I'm just going to grab these two, cut, paste, merge, and then I'm going to grab this layer, copy. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is one less. But, oh, it didn't merge right. Oops, still didn't do it right. I have to put little corner pieces up here. There we go. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This being the 6th. Nah, it doesn't change. So as long as the outside layer is different, you can actually improve the armor resistance by a whole block. Just because the outside is a sublayer. The initial impact is a sublayer. So it essentially creates a situation where treating like I used, treating a track like this as just an ERA block you can put on the outside of your tank technically works. Because if I just go back a bit, I go subgrid, clear, copy, paste, paste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Merge, merge. And then just because of this, let's make sure this actually did. Yep. Just because the round hits there, this is protected. So, that being said, this seems to be the most effective form of armor that you can do. Subgrid, I don't know what to call this. Just composite, and then whatever you're trying to protect all the way back behind it. I'm not going to build a mouse. The tank... I've got a lot of tanks. Real quick, I'm going to save this. Comp armor. I've got a lot of tanks. This is my most modern one right now. Subgrid slabs. Because the mouse is genuinely impractical, and the entire point of building the tanks for this is because we're actually going to be doing PvP with them. And because we're going to be doing PvP, practicality is king. PID from Mouse-Yaw? Yeah, this is a PID system. It's a really bad PID system, but it is one. Okay. Let's clear this out. Let's load this up. A part of this as well. So we have, essentially, we're probably going to be doing just a battle cannon. There might be some room for a heavy autocannon, but it's not as likely. Just because the explosive risk of the ammunition. And it's not as effective. Um, it's just not as effective as the battle cannon. And while the heavy firepower is nice, those two downsides make it not so nice. Power plant wise, I'm gonna reload this thing. Just to suppress the reload's only like 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. That's the thing. Unless I do something I was considering doing is having a um having a like primary ammo and a secondary ammo, similar to how I did with my really light, like really tiny tank that I did, where the turret holds ammo and then the chassis holds a lot of ammo. So that way I can have a turret that only has to hold like 5 or 6 rounds. And then after I exhaust 6 rounds, I just reload from the internal storage, which would disable my turret temporarily. But I should never really get to that point. I should, if I have, for example, a turret that holds 10 rounds, I should fire 5 and then reload. That way I always have 5 rounds in reserve. That way if they try and push or try and ambush, it's actually something similar to what I did with one of the old scrap mechanic tanks. It had an 8-round autoloader, but I only fired 4 at a time, unless I needed those other 4 right then and there. I never fired the other 4. Okay, so the reason I'm grabbing this is to demonstrate something. Pivots don't care if their top is shot. That will continue rotating forever. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. You're alright, Anthony. Just saying that, like, we are building tanks, but we're building tanks that are intended to be used in PvP combat. And the mouse, while entertaining and while, like, somewhat effective in certain video games, is not practical, especially for the kind of fast-paced combat that these usually turn into. But as soon as you break this bottom, comes to a stop, slowing down. So that's the part you actually have to protect. And you can apply that same logic to the turret rings. Yes. Settings, gameplay, I'm guessing, general. Physics high. I have physics on high. I've had multiple guns on the same turret. Oh, were you saying like how the pivot was just wobbling everywhere? Yeah. So drones are something that we're going to try and avoid. Anything that like loiters will probably be avoided. Oh, they've changed the turret ring, it looks like. So there's this way to place it. And then there's this way to place it. So there's the thin ring and then the thick ring. You can see there's a size difference between that one and that one. You actually see a ring outline, which is kind of cool. You're all right, Anthony. So part of these tests as well is like these are battles I've done before, and I'm kind of still working off of the old rule set. Yeah, the internal hitbox can be weird. I know that much. But I'm kind of working off an old rule set, but we're still testing things, and the rules may change. The reason we're trying to avoid drones is because we're also trying to avoid smart munitions. Um, yes, there's missiles and stuff, but I mean like actual like because these are intended to be PvP battles. Um, I don't want there to be a barrier of entry that is programming. This game does have coding in it. Like you can come in here and grab code. You can just actually code. You can just straight up code in this game. And I don't want that to be a barrier to entry for people. Real quick, I'm gonna delete this. And then I'm gonna hook these up to that same throttle. And this top part shouldn't care if it's destroyed. Similar to this that are on mobile, no. So yeah, it just does not care that it's being destroyed. But this one, which is upside down, comes to a stop as soon as the... Okay. That bearing is just not having a good time. I don't interact with the Apple ecosystem, so I have no recommendations. Okay. So we have gun, armor. We have a few building strategies involved. Next thing I want to think about is actual mobility. I'm debating between I have an old vehicle design that uses clutches, which would work and would work just fine. However, it is quite complicated. Part of me wants to simply do an electric motor design, half track. I'm not doing half track. I want to do a proper tank. So let's do new. Let's grab a new vehicle. I kind of want to mess around with diesel electric again. I know it's not as efficient, but I think reliability is more important than efficiency. Because if I do motor, it's really easy to just do two of these, or I could do one, but then that starts getting into complexity as well. Something I need to test. I need to test if batteries detonate. I'm pretty sure they catch fire. Yeah, that's on fire now. So I'd really have to protect my batteries if I did this. Unless I do a full diesel electric where there is like a starter battery, but everything else is just generator ran. And I want to do a jet turbine. Because these things are really, really like reliable and don't detonate easily. They're honestly like really safe engines. Yeah. You could go with a crank. And I want to mess with that real quick. Because I know jet turbines, you don't need the compressor. I want to see if I can start a jet turbine with just with just a crank. I want to see if I can. Let's do tank, fuel tank. And then motor. I know I can do it this way. It should start like this, from what my testing has said. So I have infinite electricity turned on right now, so I'm not too worried about that. And then I'm just going to do this as a throttle. I don't have the right fuel. I just realized I never set the fuel, and by default, it's always diesel. Yep, jet fuel. Question, does jet fuel burn? No, which is very amusing to me. It does leak now that I've shot it, but that's fine. You just have to have multiple tanks that are sealed. Okay, turn this up. This starts to spin. And we can turn that off. Functioning jet engine. And this is actually producing power. Not an insignificant amount either. Okay. Can we hand crank this? I think this is the correct way to do that. Torque crank is what it's called, not hand crank, because that would make too much sense. Let's just go nuts with it real quick. That's terrifyingly easy.
Hold on.
You just...
Give it a little bit of throttle and just... I don't have infinite fuel. I do have infinite electricity, though.
This is so dumb. Why does this work so well?
Okay. I want to try something. Generator. Type. I know the generator is going to put load on the crank, but that was just way too easy. I want to see if we can actually just run it like this. Yeah, that's not a lot of output, though. That's expected. Okay, here's what I want to do. I'm going to real quick put a button here. Hook this up here. And then electricity. All of this going to the generator itself. Because I'm not going to use a battery. And then I'm going to turn off infinite electricity. And see if we can start this with just a hand crank. Because we're going to do this to get a little bit of power moving. Do this to disable the gearboxes. And we need to give this a little bit of throttle. Ah, it's just the gears. The gears were too much. Yeah, the gear ratio is too high on this. It's fine. We're looking at doing a diesel electric drive with no batteries. So in theory, there's nothing in this tank that will catch on fire or explode. still too powerful. Okay. Just one more maybe, and this will be enough? Okay, this goes all the way up. This turns off. Let that spin up, and let this spin up high. Oh, it almost immediately saps all of its power, though. Oh, it's not that hard to start. It's just I'm messing with things. I'm testing. Okay, yeah. The jet engine does not seem to like this. EWM the button. What? What do you mean PWM? Don't use acronyms without explaining what the acronym means. Oh, that's a lot of power. Okay. At that point, a clutch, I think, would be the best idea. Like, this is almost stabilizing. So if I just do this, do we even need this button at this point? Can I just crank the jet engine over like this? It's drinking fuel. It is just absolutely destroying the fuel tank that is here. That is fine for the moment. And there it goes, it just ran out. Or it's running low. Alright. I'm pretty sure the turbines have to go on the other side for it to actually produce more power towards the output, but we're going to test this. Throttle up. Crank. Because we don't need this button anymore. The passive one does some. The button turns off the gearbox, switches the gearbox, So the idea was you would turn on the jet engine and then connect the generator. We got a higher peak, so that actually did do something. But for the sake of reliability, I do think having this sort of setup, having two of these, so that if one gets damaged, because really the only thing in a jet engine that can get damaged are these turbines. So if one gets damaged, then the other one being able to pick up that slack would be really nice. This switch? Oh, the generator. No, the generator doesn't have settings. Oh, I forgot to reconnect all the electricity now, because I built a new generator. And just in case, I will attach it to these. I don't think I need them anymore. Faster for more power. But that's why I'm trying to use gear ratios to spin this faster while leaving this at a lower RPM. Because if I can leave the jet engine at a lower RPM, it drinks a lot. Like, only 0.06 liters right now is how much fuel it's drinking at 5 RPM roughly. But it's producing very little power, which is the problem. So this is where, now that we have two of these, I wonder if I can increase this again. Okay, that's producing a lot more power. Let's see if we can really dump into this. Let's turn this up. Oh, we're getting close. Let's do one down. The problem with this, though, is if I do it like this, I may actually have to add a emergency power system. And I say that in the sense of, instead of this being just a little toggle you press for when you start it, this could easily be a button that is a toggle that if one of these turbines goes down, you just press this button and it changes these gear ratios so you can drive under just a single turbine. Producing quite a bit of power. Not enough for what I want, but we are doing much better on fuel consumption in comparison to what we were. So here's what I want to try. Let's just go nuts. Let's just go nuts. See what we get out of this. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to run the turbines as slow as possible. Two smaller turbine engines. I ideally want to run this engine at like 1 RPM. Genuinely. Oh, we got a lot more power. Like, a metric more. Okay, let's push this to its limits now. Turn this all the way up. Welcome back, Vector. We're testing engine concepts. Oh. Okay, still too much. Let's do this, see if this works. Let's go, Mo. Yeah. I'm curious if those jet turbines being damaged will affect power or not. I know the medium ones will. We're not using an electric starter because we're trying to avoid putting batteries into this, because batteries can catch fire. That's why we're using a hand crank starter. So the idea is to build a tank that has nothing in it that can catch fire or explode. Hardpoints have a battery? We might. Yeah, we can try hard. I'm also concerned because I have heard hardpoints have infinite energy in them for some reason. We're already doing stuff. We're trying to start a gen engine with a hand crank and it's working. We're already doing feats of engineering. Okay. I want to see. So this is close to stabilizing. I'm gonna say 1.5 RPM. Is producing 63 units of energy at 1.12 liters a second. I want to try and swap out these turbines real quick and see if just more medium turbines is the answer. To making like an efficient jet engine. Um, duh, duh, duh. Not really. Like, it was just... it went fucking over the top for what I was expecting. Okay. This is 12 liters a second. We're already at 1.5 and we're still climbing quite rapidly. And we're producing more power. So I think just more medium ones are the way to go. And what I want to see real quick... I'm going to destroy this one. The engine is still functioning, but it is starting to struggle, so... I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can already see it losing power. So what I would like is an engine that produces more power than I need. That way, if I lose one or two of these turbines, I can still operate. Or have an emergency power mode I can go into. I might make a... Because jet engines can't catch fire. The stock combustion engines, I do believe, can catch fire. And so can the, what are they called? The modular engines? The modular engines can definitely catch fire. Jet engines don't. Also, we're trying to produce a lot of power. More than what a tiny one-cylinder can do. Okay, here's something I want to try as well. Let's go and grab this and this. And I'm going to grab a clutch. I'm going to change this to be at 1. Just because that's where we're almost always putting it when we're starting the engine. And then have another throttle for this one. And have this at 1, because that's where I'm going to need it for the power that it produces. And then I'm just going to do this so we don't have to keep moving the generator every time we do a test. Those electric motors are going to eventually be the drive motors. This is an experiment for diesel electric drive. Or not diesel electric, jet electric, I should say. I didn't hook up this. There we go. This entire jet engine is working as a massive generator that's going to generate electricity to run the entire tank without the need of batteries. So I want to get down to about 0.12 liters a second. Right now we're producing more than we were before at 0.12. And our RPM's going up, but we just passed that threshold of 1.3. So here's what I want to try. The gear blocks is just, you have a little button and you can shift between two gear ratios inside of it. So for this, I'm just turning them all on or off. You can see the arrow. Following the arrow creates more torque. Going the opposite way creates more RPM. So I'm just basically using the torque of these jet engines to spin this at a very high RPM. Okay. I want to run with a theory real quick. For the simplicity of the control scheme, yes, but it wouldn't be as... It'd be a lot more space for not that much gain. I could do a direct jet drive. And that I may actually do that. I'm just doing this to test some things out. Yeah, that's the idea. Neutral steer would be easy with electric motors. It's just that the efficiency of this type of engine is not enough. So I'm going to save this real quick just as a test. And I want to do something real quick. I'm going to look at another way that I've done the actual like drive train for these types of tanks. So I do want a generator, but this isn't going to be my main power source in this situation. So I'm just going to do wink like that, and then pipe. Oh, I forgot to hook up electricity. Doop, doop. Oh, that goes the other way. Because the concept with this is I'm going to use the actual jet as forward and reverse, but then put steering as its own separate system. Did I do symmetry right on this? Nah, I gotta move it. It's fine. Photo. So real quick, I'm also going to attach a seat to this. Seat. And then, for the sake of, I'm just going to leave throttle at 100, or at, just set throttle to 60. Ooh. That's not what I meant to do. And then, let's... If W is less than 0, switch this. We're trying a different, instead of doing a jet electric drive, we're gonna do like a jet electric hybrid. So where turning is done under jet electric, but forward and back is just straight jet engine. I use this system in a few tanks. So let's just do tank, medium, symmetry. The batteries just hold a charge of like 100% and down. And then some electronics just need a battery above a certain point, or electric. So you see the electric number coming from the generator above a certain point. However, certain things like electric motors have a curve, whereas if they start to lose power, they'll still function, but not at peak. Okay. So we still have turning. This is just diesel electric drive that we're turning under right now. Let's turn this down. I see what I did wrong. Absolute. W. I don't think they will blow up under too high a load. Yeah, we're not getting enough power to turn from our generator setup. Oh yeah, I do believe that is the case, because I have had situations where two engines connected to the same battery, like one engine will perform better than the other with no actual logic to it. That being said, give me one moment. I am going to go AFK for just a second. There we go. Had to grab myself something to drink. I'm starting to run out of what I have right here. I think in this sort of situation, I just need a... I don't even know if I need a generator. I'm pretty sure the turbine itself makes power. I'm not sure if it's enough to run everything. We'll see real quick. Yeah, it's generating power. I do have it hooked to the wheels. So here's what I want to do. I'm just going to do a quick PID. Set the throttle here to be a target RPM. I'm going to say for right now, I'm going to say 5. Let's do target RPM to 20. No, let's do 3. 3 is our target RPM. Let's hook this into here. And then this is going to go to a PID to set point. This is going to check the RPM. And this is going to control the throttle. Set U to 0.002, set U to 0.001, and set U to 3. Oh, I need to also have an on condition. Let's just do constant right now. The geared up modular engine alternator. No? Is there something weird with modular engine alternators? They charge a lot more than generators. Okay. We'll give that a test. Oh, Let's do clamp. A2. I'm gonna laugh if I can literally just run an entire diesel electric drive off of a single engine generator alternator. Would be hilarious. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Engine. Need a clutch. This is all the way up. And what? We need a belt. Drive belt. And an alternator. This is going to be... Both of these are going to be at 100 always, so constant number. 1, logic, here, here. All right, let's just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna remove these from that, and I'm gonna run just these motors off of this generator. You do need a crankshaft? I thought you could just because the clutch does have a crankshaft end on it, does it not? Oh, it's not even got a belt between it. Huh. Now it has a belt, yeah. I'm not getting any power for turning though right now. Did I remember to hook up the electronics? Yes, I did. Do I need to give it more power? More speed? Here, let's do... Paste. And clear out of this. Do this. Set all of these really high. And see if we can still turn this engine over. It's going to take forever. Let's hook these up. Sure, we have electricity to this button and to these. Okay, I'm already seeing a lot of power getting produced, but oh, I need to put power to the button from the... Okay, that's too many. Okay, for the sake of, I'm going to put a battery onto this just to test something. Right now, with just the battery, this is the turning. It is producing a lot, but not enough right now. So, let's turn these back on. It's producing a lot, yes. Still not enough. I guess we're also not idle yet, so... Here, I'm going to help it a little bit. I'm going to take this one down by one. See if we can actually get to idle. No, I don't have any... The only generator on here right now is the alternator. That, and I'm also not taking any power from the turbine right now. We're settled at 1.2, which is not where I want to be. Where is the alternator power coming from? This alternator is being powered by the turbine, yes. The turbine itself is producing some power. Yeah, we're still not producing enough power from that alternator setup. Here's what I'm going to try. Nope, I meant to grab the other one. Will not move down this way. And turbine. Yeah, but I'm also sucking down fuel at an alarming rate, which I really don't want to be doing. I think just direct jet drive is the best option I have. Because now I should be able to turn this up a bit. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stop messing around with the like hybridized system. Here's what I want to try. So for A and D, this, and then W and S. It's not going to work the way I want it to. I'm just trying to make something that I have a really good microcontroller for doing driving, but I also don't want to do that because it's just extremely complex. And I want to make a simpler system that I could say, for example, do a tutorial on. Let's do 3-to-1. 3-to-1, and then 1-to-1. So this is going to work kind of like a clutch brake should. Oh, they don't have power being provided to them. That's a problem. We can get rid of this battery because it's not doing anything right now. I don't want it to be in this system while we're testing. Things to change here. This is just way too much. Yeah, it stalled out. Because I'm just pushing it past its limit. Like, honestly, past its limit. Welcome, Cody. The engine cutting off is probably just because of the PID, not because it's stalling. So I'm going to put a little clamp on that real quick. It will mean we can't turn off the engine, but that's fine for the time being. .001, actually it's 001. Max value fucking 200 for all I care. This will mean the tank can't neutral steer, but that's fine. Yeah, and cranking a turbine. Clamp, we're just going to do 70%. I haven't, been scouring their Discord. I look in creations every once in a while, but I haven't looked at off topics. And then what I want to actually do is do absolute of A and D. The absolute of W there. Cool. At full speed, that's just too much turning, because that's how we're losing traction. Also want to see if I can stall this out just by pressing against something, or if I'm safe. Oh, I don't have neutral turning, so it's a little difficult to do this. I can stall out. So what if I run this clamp a little lower? Can I still stall? It forces a number within a certain limit. If it tries to go above or below a certain limit, it just says no. You're stuck at this is the max number, or this is the minimum number. Cool. Can't stall now. I want to try something, actually, with this idea. Because this works really well. Like, don't get me wrong, this works well. I have another idea I want to try. Another thing I want to see is what... We are taking, like, no fuel. What? Okay, I want to see this thing while it's driving. How much fuel are we actually using? Because it does not seem to be much. Okay, start up. Okay, we're using a good amount while we're moving. It's not a terrible amount, though. Okay, I want to see two things. One, if we go back to a higher number, we're at 65. Let me write that down. 6.65. If we go back to a higher number, which is going to cause us to stall, I want to see if this is more efficient or not, though. That seems to be less efficient. Okay, I also want to see what our speed is. Digital dial. There it is. Digital display is what it's called. All right. Okay, we're going 26, 26, 27. Okay. Now if I do back down to 6.5, which is where we were before, or 0.65, sorry. How much power are we producing now? How much speed, I should say. We are producing less. But I can get to that same speed for the same liters per second. And we also prevent stalling. Okay, so if you want to do it like it's a high fuel or low fuel, like what we can do is do the max value at 5.5, because I think past that's going to be uncontrollable. Minimum value at do 2.5. That's also pushing the limits of what's controllable in this vehicle. I think the majority of the engines. Like, this is by no means the most efficient setup, but it's actually doing really good. What I would want to try and do is actually add a few different stages of turning. Because right now, if I just hit A, it's the same as if I hit W and A. Because right now, the clutch itself isn't doing anything. Like, the two clutches. I could just as easily have a single clutch in this setup. And it would work just as well. And what that's making me think is I could also have extra gears in here. So then at that point, I would just need a microcontroller that would say, okay, is W or S, A or D, and what's the speed? Having those three inputs, I could basically alter which gearbox is actually being hit. Oh, I forgot to put power to the clutch, that's why. How much pricier are jet engines over? So to get my jet engine functioning, there's 250, 450, 650. 650 to get my jet engine working. And then the one I have in here is 800. So the jet engine I have in here is 800. This is 1,000. A medium engine's 1,000. So my jet engine is only 800. This medium engine is 1,000. This is 400. And then what? For let's just say an 8-cylinder is, yeah. Is the fuel price here? And is the fuel calculated? So let's see. To spawn this in, 3,267. If I change this to diesel, 3,260. Nothing changes. Yeah. So, yeah, there wouldn't... Yeah, it's only when buying on map. That I get. But... So, like, jet engines are just as just as viable, it seems. And jet engines have a lot of torque. Like, I'm not even using full throttle whenever I'm... Let's do, say... Let's do 4. Right about 4. Okay, yeah, we do use full throttle at higher RPM. Okay, I want to try something real quick. Hmm. So it seems to also be an optimal gear. Hey, I'm curious about something. I set this to 1. And then this goes higher, but then I would have to switch these out. But I then run a higher... So I want to run this at like 90. 98, say. Oh, I forgot to set the gears. And then this would go opposites. Okay, it seems like there's a minimum amount this works with. So let's do... So let's hook this up to electricity because I forgot to do that. Here comes the stall test. Yep, still can be stalled. So that's a problem. Let's do 80. Can't be stalled. Well, it can be, it looks like it can be, but it's very difficult to. Ooh. Yeah, there we are. Let's do 85. Okay, we can theoretically stall. But I actually like the value of 80, so let's do 75 next. We already know this won't stall. Let's turn this up. We changed the gear ratios. That's where all the speed went. Oh, that's a ledge. Alright, here's what I want to do then. I want to go back to 80, because that seemed to be a better sweet spot than 75 is. Let's go back to 9. I think just turning this up a little bit more. Or tinkering with our PID a little bit. Let's do 15. I don't think we're going to use all 15, but we have it. Oh, we don't need all 15. It'd be cool. What I'm tempted to do. Controls. It's because I can set these hotkeys. Set one of them to shift. And then I can literally just have a basically a boost button for my tank where it's just like, oh, driving along, hit shift, and then I could just send the engine into overdrive. I kind of want to do it. Alright, so let's do switch box. And then that's the thing, is you'd have to use it very sparingly. Constant number. Off and then on can be what, 13, and then off is going to be like what, 4, and then button 6 goes to PID set point, and then we go to the actual controls and set this to shift. Oh, this is controller button. Shift. Save. Back. Resume. Spawn. Yes, it will deal damage. So I can just putt around like this. And then I can hit shift. Oh, it's on a toggle right now, which works. It does work. I'm going to turn the PID back up a little bit and also take that off the toggle. So I want to see. So this is just do driving, and then Because right now, I am kind of drinking fuel. Not that bad, actually. Here's something I also want to try. I want to see. Does this... I'm using nowhere near the top end of this thing's torque, which is funny. Is what I'm thinking about is removing the other turbine that's on this, just to make the engine smaller. And I think I've achieved a point in efficiency where it's not as crucial to have that much torque anymore. So I'm going to save this real quick. Here's what I want to try again. I want to try... We can theoretically stall this, but it would take forever forever to do so. And we're doing just fine when it comes to power. We're not using anywhere near the peak of what this has either. Doing good speed-wise. Doing good fuel-wise. And this is quite a bit smaller, which is why I wanted to do this. I want to try one more thing before we start doing any more with this concept. I want to see, will this work without an intake? I don't think it will. But I've been surprised before. This engine's tiny. The small turbine doesn't have an output. Only the medium one does. The small turbine only generates electricity. And it does generate torque, but there's no output for that torque. You need a medium out one. Just have a jet exhaust, have that be what powers it. Or is there... Wait, is there like another way to get power out of the engine? Other than the turbine itself? It's like, yeah, I know jet exhaust, ha ha ha, but is there actually a way to get power out of some of these? Ah. Use the rotating jet. That'd be fun. Okay. Large jet intake has propulsion. Interesting. So this is just working well. I'd want to improve some of the steering capabilities of this. But as a base concept, I am more than happy with how this is working. Thing speeds up really well. It does not slow down really well. I also have no load on the jet engine either, so that's part of it. Well, I guess, no, I do have load. It's just very low. I think a hover tank is possible, but I don't think it'll be something allowed in the rules. Unless it's something that's just like ground skidding, not actual flight. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. A way to slow the jet turbine down. Just as a concept. This will be a non-critical component. However, it will also make us some power. Literally just using this as a brake for the engine. So if it goes into the negative numbers, this will engage and just put a load on the engine to slow it down faster. Oh, I need to put power to this clutch from the engine itself. And then this needs a gear ratio just because it's not doing enough right now. Like I'm saying, this is not going to be critical, but a critical component, so I don't care if it gets damaged, but it's just, it will help the smoothness of driving. Honestly, just using this as a brake with no other functionality. It's not a great system. I'm actually curious. I kind of want to try something. Let's really just break the engine. I am concerned that if I do this, I will actually break the engine at some point. That if this gets damaged in some way, it could get locked on. What I have in mind. Literally, -1. This is just going to basically be a brake. And that's my concern, is if for some reason this gets damaged, if the clutch gets damaged, gets kept on, I'm assuming. This could stall our engine out. Let's see what this does. Oh, I didn't put the clutch number in. Or the electricity. There we go. Yeah, the clutch is this is being caused by the clutch. And it's actually just a problem of the PID controller in this situation. Yeah, but I feel like that would also be a bigger system. working. Here's what I want to do to this. Let's do 0.001, the max of 0.002. No, 0.06. See how this works. Let's do this a little higher. So I need to run this under a clamp as well. Just so I don't lock the wheels like that. A little bit less. Still does it. How low do I need to... Is this like... Just make sure I have this connected right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's too low. It feels like it's just all or nothing with this system. Oh, we might have found a... Ooh, we might have found a spot. It, it's literally using a reversed gearbox. So it's really just causing the engine to grind a clutch like a brake. Yeah, 3-1 does nothing. 3-3 does something, but it's really abrupt. Let's see if 3-2 does anything. It did... Okay. Now here's something I want to try. So, 0.32 is the input. I want to see if this thing fails on. So right now, if I try and start this engine, it's not going to go well. I already know it's not. Actually, maybe? Let's see. Okay, so it does fail off, which is what I need it to do. This means that if that gets damaged, then we're fine. Basically, if anything in this series of stuff gets damaged, we should be fine. It just means that we won't slow down as well. Yeah, we won't slow down as well. Which is a just fine issue to have. The only thing that we could really do better on this is steering. And that, like I said, is something that just needs to be done. I think I'm going to do just a system of different different gearboxes. And part of the reason I actually want to do that is because it means that you'll have to destroy multiple gearboxes before I lose driving and steering capabilities. I can essentially make my powertrain redundant. Also, moving at this slower speed may also mean that we could do fire on the move much easier. And then, of course, if you're going at the full speed, you're going to lose that. So, okay. Stream's been going for about 4 hours. I think we're going to be wrapping it up here shortly. I need to improve this design, but I think this is going to be the power pack concept we're going to use for the actual finished version. Or the finished tank. Right now the plan is a just armor-penetrating battle cannon as the main armament and nothing else. And we're going to try and make this tank not nearly indestructible because we won't have anything that can be set on fire. Oh. Interesting. We won't have anything that can be set on fire. We won't have anything that can be exploded. The only way they'll be able to kill us is if they kill me, the player, or just absolutely shred every single component. And I might even have like an emergency power crank generator, which would be funny. Okay, this brake system is causing issues because it can actually stall us if I hit that and reverse at the same time. Yeah, I don't think this system's going to make it into the final design. While it is nice, I have problems with it. It's just too finicky, and I don't think it's worth it. Well, it's not just variable force of speed. The problem is the literally point 0.31 does nothing. 0.32 like locks the wheels. Like just a single what? Hundredth? Just a single hundredth is all it takes to turn the system on and off. Like there's no way to variate this well. This system, if I did something like used a generator for the brake or used a wheel for the brake, I bet I could do something better. But with what I have right here, just it doesn't. And I go into the thousands. I did. And it's just not. Well, because we did 0.32 worked, 0.15 worked. So just between 5 and 0, 5/100ths is enough to just have the system work or not. It The problem is there doesn't seem to be any minute variation. Like it's slowing down. It's just it works or it doesn't is what it's feeling like. I don't think generator would work. Well, the generator would work. Um, but there is a possibility of doing. I think generator would work, but I don't want to put a battery in it because of the previous comments of I don't want a battery because I don't want anything in this that can catch fire or explode. Yeah, a super high geared up generator might work. Trying to think there would be a better way. Here, let's Do the same system. Gear. And the only reason I'm okay with doing this, like, at all, is because this is not a critical component. Like, I don't care if this gets damaged. And I'm probably not going to even use the power output from this anyway. It's literally just to soak up power. But will the electric motor be better than the generator? Okay, that worked well. Now here's what I want to try. If I turn this off and just let it go full. I want to see if I can remove some of these. Need a load to actually allow power flow. It doesn't. It's generating power and it's doing it. It's braking. It's doing its job. There's no power connected to it. But what I want is I want this to be as compact as possible. So, how well does this work? Not very. Try the electric motor. I don't think motors add friction unless they're being powered. Yeah, it does. It's doing nothing. It's doing nothing whatsoever. Okay. Here's something I want to try. I want to see if I can dump power into a combustion engine that just doesn't have anything. And just essentially use the cylinders like an air compressor, like a Jake brake. We're literally adding a Jake brake to this. And I will need to make sure this won't catch on fire too. Because even though there's no fuel in the system, there could just be a clause that says cylinders can catch fire. not half bad. Actually, genuinely not bad. Okay, that's not good. It's not doing anything, I don't think. That didn't seem to improve at all. I want to see if an alternator... Will an alternator do it? Yeah, makes sense. But what... I could put a flywheel, but a flywheel gets really big, and I just don't want to do that. Pump? Did we just put a pump here? Yeah, but I'm also trying to make this as small as possible. I could also do the gearing like I did on the generator. Seems to be doing something. Let's do pipes again. Let's do gear. Because theoretically, a single pump with a gear is going to produce more resistance than two pumps without the gear. Okay, that's doing a little bit of nothing. Is there anything else that's just like takes a lot of power? We'll see a citrus. Even the small piston is tiny. Yeah. I think at that rate, though, just having a small generator constantly loading the engine would be the better option. Just because I'm probably going to need that power anyway once I start adding electrical systems to this. Is reducing our speed output, though. Notably. Won't be redundant, yeah. I'm actually curious how much we can power just off the, because right now all of the power is coming from this turbine. All of it's coming from this turbine. Let's see, what's the tiniest wheel we have? So 3x3. This wheel doesn't have a, yeah. We don't just have a brake we can use either. Send power from the turbine to an electric motor attached to the clutch. What, have the motor go in reverse? Was it because the electric motor didn't have power? Is that why it wasn't stopping? Let's give this electricity, and then logic this to there. Ah, I see. The only way I could think to do this is just give it a constant number. Or I'd have to put in a bunch of logic that would be really large and really complicated, and I don't want to do that. God, well, the problem is I don't want to use the electric motor constantly running because it's going to draw power that I don't have spare, because I'm planning on putting an entire tank around this engine that's going to be taking things for monitors, things for the turret ring, things for... I'm not going to have that spare energy. Just run a motor all the time. If it was just for stopping, that would be fine, except for it would need significant amount of logic to get running. Because the inverted clutch is the engine output. There is no brake block. The engine itself is already slowing down, but it slows down really slow because it's a jet engine. Yeah. The inverted clutch is literally just the engine throttle. Whenever the engine is basically telling itself to, oh, we need to like cut throttle, it cuts throttle by applying the clutch. We're not doing regenerative braking. We're trying to slow the engine down because we have 2 speeds we can travel at. You could do regenerative braking with attaching a clutch to a generator. You could do it, and I've considered doing it, but it's just not that useful. Don't mind me opening a soda. Might have heard that on the mic. All right. Cool. Yeah, not this one. I'm just trying to find something. Here, I'm gonna actually try something real quick. Because the minimum engine is right now... Will this still cause it to stall? We've tried a lot of things. We've tried generators, we've tried pumps, we've tried an actual, like, basically using a clutch, like an actual brake. And then let's try... I think this is just the best we're going to have. It is slowing it down somewhat. I don't think it does. I'm just gonna like kind of chuckle to myself. If the pump works better and we put a pump in, someone's gonna tear the tank apart. Look and be like, why is there a pump here? There's nothing attached to it. It's not an amphibious tank, or might not be. It is stopping us down pretty well. Let's see something real quick. Which is... Oh, that's the output. Okay. Yeah. I think that's just the best we can do. All right. How did that clutch grinding brake work? Basically, the clutch grinding one had two inputs. One was the clutch itself, and the other was a reversed gear. So the idea is the forward of one side of the clutch and the reverse of the other side of the clutch were grinding against each other. The problem is it was very much all or nothing, like, and all, just changing the value like 100th was enough to get, like, you had nothing at all, you had very quick braking, and then you had just immediate locking of every, like, just locking the tracks completely. Like, those were the three options. There was not a good thing. You could say that require a special change for being delicate. In reality, it doesn't actually do anything for the tank. It's just fucking, it's just like, it's a non-critical component, like, completely. Yes, it does slow the engine down, but that's more so just to make the driving experience better. Can you label the pump? I don't think you can label the pump. Can you? No, you can't label the pump. You can label certain things like this. You can't label the pump. I like how technically I can just drive under my own hand crank. This shouldn't be working. Why is this hand crank so powerful? Well, here's a fun thing. If you have two hand cranks, you can press one with E and the other with Q. And you can run two hand cranks. Okay. Steering is something that needs attention, but like I said, we've been going for 4.5 hours now. I think we've learned a lot this stream, and we kind of have everything planned out. I do want to make better steering, but we have our engine pack, we have our gun concept, and I think we also have our loader. We have our armor, like what we want to do with armor, and then everything else, like, kind of sorted. So hopefully, all we really have to do on our next stream is go, okay, fix up the engine a little bit, and then cram it all into a tank. A finished tank. I have some ideas for how I want to do the loader itself. There's a loader? Yeah. Here, let me grab this back. I'm going to save this again. Save, add concept 2, load. When we built this, so instead of having any sort of like significant logic, this system is really easy. It's literally just, I need to turn on infinite electricity for this to work because I don't have any electrical. If gun not loaded, run this belt feeder, and then fire gun and activate the breach for so many seconds. And that's it. Like, there's this fires and loads it. So if you ever have a misfire or like something doesn't load properly, you just do that and it will force the gun to reload. And this is our armor. Which is able to completely stop a battle cannon at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. Oh yeah, this is at the first half of the stream. And then we're out of ammo. We're not going to be using a autocannon just because the autocannon drum... Here, let me run over here. There should be ammo. Yeah. Well, okay, let's see if we can mess this up. Yeah, we can... Yeah, I guess you can. That does kind of create a problem. But what I was going to show is that this can... Which is what we want to avoid. Yeah, but then we're starting to run into the logic where if things break, gun don't fire. Which is what I'm trying to avoid. There. Now... And not loaded. Why reload if you're loaded? Hmm. I keep saying I'm going to end the stream, but then someone brings something up and I'm like, I got to test this. I got to figure this out or else I'm not going to be able to like do anything else because I'm going to be thinking about this. As soon as I stop streaming, I'm going to go do other things. Because I'm not exactly going to stop streaming and continue playing the game. Okay, let's go back to our basic design, what we had before. Alright. So this works. The one problem is while it is closing, Hmm. Okay. See how tight we can get these tolerances. And this, we had at 1.5. See if we can get it lower. Four? Five. And then we're just going to grab this and copy and paste. Whoop. Press the button really fast. Ah, that's a problem. This has charge time. Okay, that still works. Now if we just hit fire. We can hold it. And we're going to rapidly tap. Let's go again. I'm just gonna sit and tap it and see if it does anything. Oh, we had a failure to feed. 2 failures to feed. Do the whole belt. Now, let's make this system inside a microcontroller if we can. Let's do modern cannon loader. We should just need an input and an output. Logic on. Yeah. Output. Open breach and then fire. Fire. Do we have a capacitor in here? Yes, we do. Okay. Capacitor charge time 0 seconds, and then it was 1.3, I think. And not capacitor. This one was like 1.5, I think. One point 1.7. So fire and opens the breach. And the breach is open for 1.3 seconds. And then can't open for another can't reopen for another 1.7 seconds, which gives enough time to close, fire, and go. So, save. So, modern cannon loader. Just have the fire button and the breach button. I could add the cannon belt feeder into this. I might. Yeah, I think I'm going to add the belt feeder into this. Because at this point, let's make this one longer. Add output feeder. And then this opens. Let's just do a capacitor. Capacitor that takes 1.2 seconds. Charge. Yeah, and not only do we save space, it also means that there's just a single logic controller. That way, if the loader breaks, it's because the cannon itself, because the actual feeder motor, or one singular logic gate failed. Or I guess the button. It's also much quieter. Ooh, we had a failure to load there. So here's what I want to do. Because we had that failure to load, let's do, this takes this time and this time. Gives us a larger window for it to run. Just so we don't have any hiccups. Now I have to save this new logic gate. Yes, save modern cannon loader. Here's the thing, I could also add a check in here that goes, is the gun loaded? If not, try again. I'm tempted to do it. It wouldn't add much room, and it would also ensure even more reliability. Because in this situation, input loaded. And then we'd just go like this, and we'd have a 2x2 instead. And what it would do is after this is reset. So at the point this is, if this is not, and we are not loaded, we are going to pulse this, and I need an OR gate here then. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these and I'm going to remove it. Oh, yeah, no, I can't do an OR there because that'll be the fire button. Or XOR. Is it XOR? It's XOR again. True when the input differ. False when the inputs are the same. No, I just have to put a pulse here then. For the other one then. Pulse off on. Yeah. No, actually, no, that wouldn't work. Because I want to be able to hold it as well. Okay. If I'm holding it, it's going to reload anyway. Just because that's how it cycles. Alright, this should be doing it. Oh, because I changed the... There we go. Let's do... This needs to go to the feeder. Goes to open breach, and this goes to loaded. Cool. Oh, and it auto loads the first round, which is nice now. And there's an empty slot there. So it's going to fire this one. It's going to try. It's going to fail, go, I can't, reload. Now if I just hold, it's still going to do its thing. And on an empty breach, holding the button's not going to do anything. But it will keep trying to load. That's the only downside, and it's not a bad downside. Alright, last test. Spamming the button. So we still have the dead round. I'm not going to put a if belt empty stop in there because I don't want to make this much bigger than I have to. It technically is bigger than I have to, but it actually has more reliability now. And if I'm out of ammo, I'm out of ammo. I'm like, the fact that the gun is trying to load and there's no ammo is not a problem. It's just the problem is I'm out of ammo, not that the breach is trying to constantly load itself. In fact, I may actually want this behavior. Because this means if I do have like a primary or secondary stowage system, this means it will continuously try and load itself until it gets ammo. And what I can do, and this is one of those things of this isn't actually interacting with the loader, so I don't mind if this is going to be a non-mission critical component, and is only going to exist to make myself happy. Speaker doesn't do anything? Is there like a siren? Beeper or something? Buzzer. Ooh. Because what I'd like to have is say something like, if this does not have ammo, send a siren. Which will happen because either something's wrong with the belt, and it'll fix itself. And then that's my last round warning, essentially. And then I can do, what, pitch? Do it like 15. No, need to be higher than that. 60? Yeah, but also auditory cue is easier to notice than a light. And that's going to be an edge case where there's just an empty slot in the middle of the belt. But the idea is if I'm firing this gun, last round, and then, because what I'm thinking of doing is, like I said before, having 2-stage ammo. Having a small set of ammo that's actually on the gun itself. Well, that's also why I have it, like, really quiet. Like, what, 50%? And I could also just have... So, here. I'm going to empty out these. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to delete these for now. I'm going to delete these for now. And then let's just say I have like a 1, 2, 3, like a warning of, hey, here's how much your belt is left. So what I'd want to do is have a NOT gate, another NOT gate. And then just a single pulse. Or blinker, I guess. And then just have another buzzer. So that if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, say little warning for 5 rounds left. Oh, that's not very loud. Yeah, it's really quiet. Have to have it more often. Well, here's the thing. I'm considering these components non-critical, so they can easily be outside the armor or even just on the exterior of the tank, to be honest. What was this one's volume at? 50? I went back to the beep, but had it last longer. I do not like how that sounds, like, whatsoever. I like how it sounds in here. Doesn't sound good inside, though. Nothing particularly. We, like... How far away can I hear this? I like the buzzer, but the little beeper's just not working for me. Um... Testing wise, we just kind of finished up making this loader. So we don't have anything else that we're like testing? That stays loud really far away. Okay, so that's a problem. I don't want to basically be telling my enemies, hey, my gun is not loaded right now. That buzzer, while I like its sound, is way too loud. Does this loop at all? Here, I'm just gonna detach the logic so I can mess with this. Don't want to keep firing the gun. No, it doesn't. That's... Yeah, see how far away this can be heard. Okay, that's really loud. I understand that it's a siren, but there's no, like, local audio for it? Yeah, I can understand that. Let's try this. I don't like this. It's almost sci-fi sounding. I think once you actually put this into a tank, you'd have to tweak the values so that it's louder than the engine and stuff. Because right now we're working with just a silent environment. But it does seem to only project to about here, regardless of what the volume is. Yeah. And if you're in a tank and you start hearing that, oh, I'm out of ammo. Or this is probably going to be the, like, 1 round left warning. Or 2 rounds left, or whatever I decide. And all that is going to be is just like, okay, hook it up to here. Do this. And then... Because the breach itself serves as a gun empty alarm, just constantly trying to load itself. Yeah, I could. Because, no, literally I could, because I could just do a power switch. Is there a switch? It should be an electrical. Fluids, electricity, yeah. Electrical circuit breaker. Because this should have, yeah, an electrical signal. And so long as this is attached to a battery somewhere. Want this to be true by default. That's actually quite satisfying, having the alarm go off and just clunk. So, real quick, before I do anything else, I am going to save this. Make sure I have this saved as it is. I'm going to save this as and loader concept platform. And then I'm going to actually end this stream here. So, I've been doing this for a while. 5.5 hour stream, and I said I was going to end like 2.5 hours ago. So what we have the decision for our cannon and armament. Cannon, what kind of rounds we're going to be using, all that fun stuff. We have an understanding of what kind of armor we're going to put on this. Actually, I say I'm going to end this, but I want to try one thing, especially when it comes to the heavy autocannon, because we tested how much this extra plate absorbs on the heavy autocannon. I do want to try and see how much it'll absorb on the battle cannon. I want to just grab all of this, honestly. Clear selection. The paste, merge. Because normally the heavy autocannon does 4 armor piercing. Oh, we need infinite electricity back on. And now it still does 4. No, 3. No, that's 4. Interesting. Interesting. Let me double check that they're separate. Yes. Make sure that this worked properly. Yes. Did it do more than 4? It actually did less damage this way. Interesting. Anyway, I am going to end it out here. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sticking around. And until next time, peace.